Here we go. Watch the lights.
joined us literally just at the halfway stage where some dramatic events have occurred. We said earlier on that Boss Hog, if he makes a mistake, this could be the end of his race, and make a mistake he has. The front left wheel has come completely off of the Caterham R300. He's now limping around the circuit, desperately trying to recover it back to the pit lane. He pulled out such a huge lead, and unfortunately, that lead has been snatched away from a very impressive drive there by Jim Hall. James 38 is coming up to the wounded Boss Hog, who quite rightly pulled over to the right-hand side of the circuit. Apologies for any technical difficulties. This race has been, well, not exactly the most secure, but we believe we've got all the problems sorted now. So thanks for sticking with us. And as James 38 looks like he's going to come across the line in P2, as Boss Hog's already a lap down. He's reluctant to pit, though he thinks the damage has been done, but that car is, well, a mere shadow of what it used to be, in all honesty. It's really limping round, and a big showing as well that the slightest knock or the slightest mistake, the tiniest lap of concentration, especially around this circuit, is going to cost you the absolute maximum amount of time, the amount of damage, and possibly your race, as Boss Hog does not pit in for the third lap in a row. But that car is wounded, and he's going to be very, very lucky to finish this race in one piece. So as you said earlier, if you missed it, we are going to have a big special presentation regarding the supercar that never was, and one which is so desperately sought after by the entire car lover community, and everyone that adores cars, loves cars, will be familiar with the car. And don't forget, 15 minutes or so presentation later on with one of Simraceway's top drivers bringing it round the track. So you don't want to miss that one, as Jim Hall leads James 38 on lap number 6 out of 8, 31 seconds apart. So there are quite a lot of length of gaps between them, as Jim Hall really looks to try and seal this victory now. He's done an impressive job so far. It wasn't the fastest man, but at Lime Rock Park, it's not about how fast he was. Jim Hall lost it. Somehow saved that. That was absolutely incredible car control. I thought that one was gone before it even started. As soon as you lose the back end in these Caterhams, they're lethal. The amount of lumps and bumps this circuit has to offer as well, that hill being one of them, you're going to suffer here. And Jim Hall did very well there to keep control of his car as it fought against him every left, right and centre. He was really doing everything he could. It was like wrestling a cobra, and Jim did very well to maintain control. And again, to your right there, in a moment, you will see Boss Hog, who's trying to get his way down to the end.
This is the final lap.
So this is the final lap then. Boss Hog moves out the way, and it's going to be Jim Hall's final minute or so into the victory. And what a race it's been for him so far. He's going to touch the apex. Nice there. Very clean now. You don't have to be aggressive. You don't need to attack the course. And it's a course which really does tempt you to attack it as well at every given moment. Every corner, it's got that ability to say, you know what? You can put your throttle on a bit before that. You can put your power down a few milliseconds before that. But really, you're going to brake that late into the corner? Come on, it tempts you like that. And as soon as you fall into that temptation, it really is like the forbidden fruit. As soon as you do that, this circuit will rip your race to shreds in the single blink of an eye. And Jim Hall today has resisted that threat. He's driven a nice, consistent race, and he's going to really hope to bring this car home across the start-finish line. One more corner to go then, and he's done a tremendous job today. A very deserving winner, and Jim Hall is going to be crowned the winner of the first Simraceway Sunday race-off event in week 46. James 38 then, in just a few moments' time, is going to be in out second, and Boss Hog, when he limps across now, will be third place. And what an appalling result, unfortunately, there for Boss Hog. I think we all know he could do a lot better. He was the fastest man in qualifying, the fastest man at the start of the race. He had a good 4-second lead after 2 laps. But unfortunately, the tiniest of errors cost him the biggest of consequences. Boss Hog crosses the line in a lonely third position. And as James 38 comes across the line, then he's going to round out your 3 finishes for today's race. Don't go anywhere, guys. We've still got a few more races for you, and that all-important 15-minute presentation on the Mystery Supercar. From myself, Liam Jenkins, we'll see you shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the closing minutes of qualifying here in the second race of the Simraceway Sunday race-off. We've replaced these EVO races today with the BMW M Series, so a different car, different manufacturer, and a completely different beast altogether. This car is a relentless animal compared to the Evo being seen as perhaps a training car for these drivers to get themselves used to the sim, get themselves used to competitive racing. The BMW, however, is a monster when you put it on this circuit. And I really can't wait to see what these two drivers can do today. Baxo Gaber versus Nick at NI Raceway in a duel. It'll be a 1v1 duel, it seems. 50 seconds left, I should say, left in qualifying. Currently, Baxo Gaber is the fastest man on the circuit. A 1 minute point 768 is the time that sits him up there after 9 laps. So, really good effort there. We've got Nick Raceway as well, as we said, with a 101.27. So, about 5/10 is what's separating these guys at the moment. So, quite a hefty time difference, especially at a circuit which doesn't really offer that many overtaking opportunities without running the risk of ruining your own race. So really going to be quite an interesting race, to say the least. These drivers are going to have to really try and keep up with each other more than anything. It's going to be a case of, can NI Raceway stick to the back of Baxo Gaber and force him into a mistake, or can Baxo Gaber escape into the sunset early on, and then he's got that kind of cushion there, so if he does make a mistake, it won't come back to haunt him as badly. Only one way to find out. That's to tune in for the race in just under a minute's time. So hello everybody, welcome to the second race then in the Simraceway Sunday race-off event. It's a one-on-one duel, 12 laps, 2 cars, 1 winner around the infamous Lime Rock Park Raceway. It's going to be such a sterling event. Question is, who can be the driver that comes out on top? We've got the 4 red lights, and now we have action at Lime Rock Park. Big start there by NI Raceway. It's very difficult to make a pass around the outside, but he's looking like he has to do it. If he wants to get the pass done, he'll be on the inside for turn 3. Decides against it, cuts back nicely, hopes Gaber goes wide. He does a bit. Not enough to poke your nose through, though, especially this early on. And with the circuit being this tight at this stage during the lap, Baxo Gaber holding his line very nicely there through turn 3 as the cars flow through. And now a bit of a lump and bump there for NI Raceway, but nothing that's not going to halt his progress. And as now we head towards that dramatic hill where we've seen many incidents in the past. Still accelerating up there at speeds of approximately 82 to 83 miles an hour, and Baxo Gaber starting to pull away a bit of a lead. So these guys really looking to give us a race to remember almost. And then a big turn through there for Raceway. He's going to be looking to try and get that momentum shifting in towards turn number 1. And we'll see if he can really make a go of this now. So into turn one they go. Back to Gaber does very nicely there not to give too much room on the inside. Very crucial at this sort of stage. But still, NI Raceway is losing a bit of time. He was 3/10 down, now about 9/10. So he is starting to lose a bit of time, unfortunately. And this is going to cost him dramatically. As they come up towards the penultimate corner of the circuit. Very short and a very furious circuit is Lime Rock. And I think he must have made a bit of an error. Yeah, he has indeed. He's really struggling now. Raceway's got a problem. He's slowing down. I wonder if that was a throttle issue. He's barely get that car back up to speed again. And off into the sunset goes back to Gabriel. He says, thank you very much. I'll be taking that win and really trying to run away with it. 3.7 seconds is the damage that has been lost there. And now as we come towards the end then of lap number 3, almost a quarter of the way through the race. Yeah, apologies again for any technical difficulties then, as Baxagaber starts lap number 4 out of the 12. There's been a big start for him today. 13 seconds now back to NI Raceway. He's doing anything he can to claw his way back into this one. And he's gone wide and NI Raceway's gone into the pit lane. So big change there. Obviously feeling like he's got damage and can win this race or have a chance at it if he has a fully functional car again. But how long is this pit stop going to hold him there for? Because I'm sure there was significant damage to the car. And if that's the case, he's off now. And, well, he's lost a huge amount of time. And the thing is with Line Rocket, it's only about 1 minute 2, 1 minute 3 seconds per lap. So you are going to lose a huge amount of time. Out of the pit lane he comes, and Baxagaber almost getting ready to lap NI Raceway there. So really been not too much of a successful event for him here today. 41 seconds behind as Baxagaber starts his 5th lap out of the 12 today. These things really haven't gone well for him. No, he stopped on the circuit. So he's pulled out of the way now. Whether that was to let him through to make sure he doesn't actually get himself in the way or anything. Yeah, he says he can't continue. He's pulled out of the way. So he must have some sort of issue. This leaves Baxagaber to really try and bring this race home then over the next 7 laps or so. So NI Raceway is going to leave the race then. So our first time out of 2 cars, and unfortunately for us, that does just leave Baxagaber to just try and bring his car home in a victory lane spot. So for him now, this race has really turned into more of a time trial event as opposed to more of a one-on-one duel or a Fast and Furious-esque kind of race. But you've got to be said though, it still takes incredible skill to bring this car across the start-finish line. Driving 1 lap of Line Rock on its own is very treacherous. Driving 12 solid, no mistakes at all, is almost near impossible for me at least. I could never quite find the balance between aggression and consistency. It was something which always plagued my racing career, and this is why I turned to commentating. It's very difficult indeed to drive this circuit. And so Baxagaber just trying to bring the car home. Now he doesn't have to drive aggressive. He doesn't need to try and beat any personal bests. All he's got to do is slowly bring the car home across that start-finish line to secure himself a victory. Through turn 2 he goes, still trying to courage on, of course. He's your sole remaining competitor here. And don't forget as well, we still have that special presentation for you coming a little bit later on regarding the Mazda Furai. That's going to be coming up in just a few moments' time. And then, of course, we've still got 2 more big races for you coming tonight from the Sunday race-off with the Caterham R300 once again. So these really have been a great solid event, series of events so far. But many people still really can't wait, neither can I, for the special presentation for you that we've got mid-race here today. So 3/4 of the way home then, and back to Gaber's now just really hammering away at his own lap time. There's got to be said, he's been out there for almost 8 minutes. As he comes towards the end of his 8th lap, we'll just keep an eye on his lap time as well. You just take a look at the onboard, and the interior of that BMW really is something to be beholding. It's a beautiful car with a very misleading interior. You can see like it looks so beautiful and peaceful in there, but when you hear this engine roar going through the gears at 120 miles an hour down this short straight here at Lime Rock Park, it sends a completely different message. The BMW N1 is a true racer's car, and as it slowly glides its way through turn 1 again, they're in 3rd gear, making sure you don't overshoot the revs and kick that back end out. You can just really see how graceful it looks out there. You wouldn't think a car like that with that sort of exterior, it's very roadworthy, of course, it is a road car, but it doesn't look like it would produce that sort of firepower, that sort of punch, but it does. It's a truly exceptional car, and BMW have done this for many, many years with all of their automotive vehicles. As Baxter Gaber brings it up to the top of the hill for the 9th time today. Penultimate corner, 2 wheels off the track there, but nothing too risky, of course. And he's going to bring it across this start-finish straight again. 3 more laps to go then until Baxter Gaber is crowned the winner of the Sunday race-off BMW M1 Series event. And Baxter Gaber's done a great job in his Simraceway career, in all honesty. He's broke into the Sunday race-offs quite recently and immediately made an impression on both the drivers and the fans. He's excelled himself in a series of events using different cars, different tracks. And if he were to apply for a sim racing team or get himself in a Simraceway championship, then I'm sure he'd have quite the illustrated Simraceway CV to send off. He's had some fair few good results here in the Sunday race-off, and always looks to step it up that extra notch. Always seems to find the balance as well between, he knows the difference of when to attack and when to defend. It's not one constant aggressive, get as most out of the car as you can. It's not like he's going to be sat there for weeks on end, just doing the same performance in and out and in and out, just, wrecking the car on lap 1, quitting, wrecking the car on lap 1, quitting. He'll be dedicated. If he gets inside an incident, he'll bring the car back to the pits and keep on going. If he starts on the back of the grid and ends up 40 seconds behind the rest of the field, he will not surrender. He'll still put that car back in the pit lane, and he'll still be out on that tarmac within the next few minutes, racing his heart out for the position up from him. And that really is a special quality that not many racers can say they have. Baxter Gaber is one of those drivers, and he's proven that right here today as he comes across the line then to start his final lap out of the 12 Ambi class, the Simraceway Sunday race-off winner in the BMW M Series. through turn 1 for the final time today. All he's got to do is keep the car on the circuit, maybe take it a little bit more lenient as opposed to you would per normally. But he's been doing a great job, as we say, in his Simraceway career this far. Really can't wait to see what this man has in store for us over the next couple of weeks or so. I'm sure we're going to see some great things from him, and as he begins to climb the hill for the final time today, I'm sure we'll be glad about that, because it really is a very difficult corner. And a corner I hate. I've never got it right. The amount of times I've put a wheel on the grass or I've gone too far to the right-hand side, it really is a very difficult corner to master. And Back to Game proving that even the best of drivers do like to kick up a bit of dust in their tracks, but that doesn't matter because Back to Game has put on a fine, consistent performance and will come across the line a winner of the Simraceway Sunday Race-Off. A great result there. Don't forget, guys, couple more events coming up for you tonight. We've only just getting started, so don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome to the final minute of qualifying. I do believe we are live here at Lime Rock Park, as you can see confirmation there. You join us for the second skill quad race here tonight, the 700 to 900. Still, the Caterham R300s are in action. That it's Rugbyman BSCR that's currently on pole position by little over 400ths of a second. Master Rocco P3, Nathan Alpha 4th, Vashite P5. We've got P6 Harrison Ganj as Clark 10 moves up to 3rd. 7th, Aguero 44, Reckon 8th. Bolinas in 9th. 10th is Iceman. 11th, Devil Bevan. WTTN 1. Then Lionheart, Andy Bob and Honeyman in P15 and 16. So 23 seconds remaining. And a very clustered track, it's got to be said. We've seen already this track can be absolutely treacherous. And Bolinas almost got that corner all wrong. In fact, he has. He's gone way too wide. Somehow lucky to recover it, but that could have been disastrous. So well played there by Bolinas to keep his car going in the right direction. The man who currently inherits P9, 5/10 of a second off of our race leader, and he will of course get another shot of qualifying, and maybe not. He pulls over, he's going into the pit lane. So session over for the man in P9. That's as high as he'll go today. 3 more cars coming across. The session's over for Butterguano, and he goes 7th. You got Devil Bevan jumps up to 9th there in the end. Honeyman's out on the circuit as well. Let's see what he can do. He's lost a bit of time, I think, through that final corner. But let's see what he does as he crosses the start-finish line. Where will he go? He stays 14th. 3/10 off of 13th, so not a big lap at all. Andy Bob is about to come through the penultimate corner. His lap will not count. He's over. Rugbyman BSCR, though, 400th of a second away. Can he take pole position in the closing stages? Let's find out. It's going to be close. Oh, and he gets it! 600th of a second. A huge lap by Rugbyman BSCR. And that draws us to the end of the session. We'll be back with the race very shortly. So hello everybody, welcome back then to the third race of tonight's action for you. It's going to be a full grid here at Lime Rock Park. These Caterham R300s line up in the bunch. And what a race it's going to be. Rugbyman BSCR is going to start this race from pole. Vijay just behind him after being pipped just at the end of quali. Can he make up for it in a very tight, very tricky turn one? Let's find out then, as we now have 3 red lights. We're going to get 4. And now we are racing at Lime Rock Park. It's a big start by Rugbyman BSCR as the rest of the field flutter their way into the first corner, hopefully trying to avoid some contact. No, he's got it in the backfield already. I don't think there's going to be any major contact. I think it was just a bit of argy-bargy between the fielders you would get in this sort of event. They're all come through okay so far. And it's still Rugbyman that leads. He's already got himself a big advantage over Master Rocco, who's being held up a bit there. We've got a car wide. I think that was Inganj. Indeed, it was. Inganj struggling on the outside there. Belinas and Iceman try and force their way through. And into this tight hill corner now, and there's the contact we see, and it's going to be a Guerno that's off. And who else is involved? I think Hanuman was for a slight second. The field spreading out, a battle there for P10, Lionheart, Honeyman and Devil Bevin. Lionheart trying to defend at the moment as Honeyman look to the inside of the final corner. In turns, he's relinquished a lot of track time to Devil Bevin, who luckily makes a mistake for his own sake. But as you take a look back towards the lead pack there, battle for P4 is hotting up nicely as Clark 10 goes wide. And he's wrecking all over Vijay, who's already got a bit backwards. Master Rocco now up to P2 after starting third, so those guys have switched positions. A great start then by Master Rocco, really starting to pick up speed now and try and catch down our race leader Rugbyman BSCR. 16 minutes roughly of this circuit, 16 laps to complete. And as we come towards around halfway around lap number 2, the field really starting to separate out. And look at Belinas and Iceman now, they're getting very close for comfort as well. But a bit further down the field as well, a lot of the action's taking place. A quick roll call then, as Rugbyman BSC are going to lead the field over that start-finish line to start the third lap then. It's going to be Rugbyman that leads. Master Rocco is going to be P2. P3, of course, is going to be Vijay. P4 will be Reckon. P5, Clark 10. P6 will be Inganj. So not the strongest start in the world for Inganj, but he's definitely got his mirrors and his sight is full at the moment as he tries to battle for P5. A lot of smoke left up front by our race leader as well. 7th is Bolinas, 8th Iceman, 9th for Nathan Alpha, 10th there Lionheart. He may lose that to Devil Bevan very shortly. He's been looking very aggressive. Butagueno, P13, Honeyman, P14. They round out your runners for today. And now we start to see the true dominance of Rugbyman. He's just about eked a second out of Master Rocco. And with Vijay creeping up, you've really got to wonder what the future holds for him, because Rugbyman's pulling away. If Vijay catches Master Rocco, that's going to allow some action as Clark 10 battles with Reckon and gets the better of it for now. They'll start lap number 4 in just a moment's time as they look for a big move into turn 1. But it looks to me like this midfield's starting to play very sensible. They're not doing what we exactly thought they were going to do. We thought there'd be a lot of action, a lot of aggressive overtaking, but in fact, living up to this track stereotype where perhaps it is more difficult than most to overtake. It's very tight, very narrow, and these drivers surely feeling the effects of that here today. And of course, these cars aren't running the layout with the chicane. So as we come towards the end of lap number 4, there'll be Clark 10, then Reckon, then Ingange. Bolinas P6, who, look at that, as Iceman went up the inside of the final corner. To no avail, that was never going to work there, unfortunately. As they cross the start-finish line again, now Nathan looks to the inside. It's going to be a big lunge in through turn 1, almost clipped the rear wheel. We've already seen here what contact can do to these cars. We've already saw in the first race today that wheels can go flying off these Caterhams with relative ease. These drivers have to be very careful when pushing their cars around the circuit, especially one as demanding as this. Still Rugbyman with a 1.4 second lead. P3 there for Vijay still as he tries to catch Master Rocco. He's about a second away, with a second and a half separating Master Rocco from Rugbyman. So look at P4, 5, 6 and 7. They're relatively close together. It's a long train all the way back to the man in P9 is Nathan Alpha. So from about, realistically, P2, we've kind of got the Master Rocco conga going on there. A long line of cars, and that is a true sight to behold. It looks like you've just lined them all up on a slot and just let them run. 8 or 9 cars all in a line fighting for position. Truly remarkable scene here. A scene you can only achieve at Lime Rock Park. And as we look for our race leaders to come down in towards the hill once again, there goes Rugbyman, followed by Master Rocco. And as they climb it now, 3rd place there for Vijay. And then there's that long midfield pack there. A bit of a battle forming with Nathan Alpha and Iceman. That's a bit further down the field. Iceman still leading that charge at the moment in P8. However, he is struggling somewhat. So let's see what Nathan Alpha can do. Then he does have a little bit more momentum coming off that final corner. He's got the slipstream as well. This could be a turn 1 manoeuvre, I think. Still got plenty of track to try and make a move. Goes to the inside now. It's a late dive. And no, Iceman shuts the door very abruptly. So, in all honesty, and Bolinas has gone off there. And he rejoins in. Oh, he's gone off again. He hasn't taken anyone in him, thank God, but that could have been a huge accident. And he gets himself off the track. He's down to P11. He's struggling to get that Caterham fighting inside the right direction once again. And Master Rocco through the final corner, still losing a bit of time now to Rugbyman. As we almost hit the halfway stage, 2.1 seconds separating them. And look at Vijay, this is what we predicted now. Vijay going to look to the inside maybe. Master Rocco parks his car in the middle, a late move, and there's contact. And both cars lucky to avoid severe damage. That could have been disastrous just behind as well. This is really starting to heat up. Now Master Rocco really needs to find something and find it quick because he's coming under a lot of pressure and the hunter is becoming the hunted, as the saying goes. Vijay desperately swarming as well for a move, wants to try and get this out of the question really, but Master Rocco's just positioning his car in the middle of the circuit, arguably the safest place at this Lime Rock Park track. Keep your car in the middle, and it's very difficult to put a car left or right of you just due to the, well, very narrow, very limited track room. And as Vijay goes through once again, now looks to get into the first corner. Another late dive, a bit of a lock up there as well, sends him wide, and Master Rocco is able to hold that position for at least a few more corners. Now goes to the inside again, and no, he's way too far back to make one from there. A late dive, and again, he's getting a bit silly with these now. He's got to try and stay calm. He's in third. He's got a long train of cars behind him. Clark, Reckon, Engange, Iceman, and Devil Bevin. That's Nathan Alpha there. In fact, actually looking for a position on Iceman 94, and he's trying to go through the hill, and he's got to be very careful and going for a move through there. It's bad enough trying to pass with one car, let alone trying to get two cars side by side through there. So to start the 10th lap of 16, Rugby Man now 3 seconds clear of Vijay, who really is losing huge chunks of time to Master Rocco, who's doing everything he can right now to hold on, but it's not really enough, I don't think, at this stage. And as we just try and quickly run you through the order then, so Rugby Man BSR is your race leader, Master Rocco second, Vijay third, Clark 10 fourth, Reckon P5, Engange 6th, 7th Iceman 94, 8th place Nathan Alpha, or is he? Look for a move there on Iceman 94, and Iceman holds on for a bit. He's tried to go side by side up there, he's achieved it, and a bit of contact, and he's doing everything he can now to get the move in the next corner. There's a bit of a side swipe. The paint has been traded there. If they tried to get any closer, you may as well call them Siamese twins. Nathan Alpha unleashing everything he's got. If you look a bit further forward as well, look at Clark 10 now on Vijay. He wants a bit of the action. Goes up the inside. Oh, it's a late move into turn one, but he's able to pass it with flying colours. Master Rocco has been able to use the traffic. Pulled out a significant advantage as off the track goes Lionheart to get out of the way. Unfortunately, I think it could be too little too late. That's one of the downsides of this circuit, or one of its many features where passing traffic is so difficult. Even more difficult, especially if you have that chicane in there. But Vijay, Reckon, Clark 10, Engange, and Nathan Alpha. Engange has lost it, and he's hit Nathan as he flies off into the barriers. And that is some huge impact. The car is stopped prematurely. He's going to try and keep it going. And his cars fly over the hill. It's like watching a rallycross event to say dart over there. Engange finally spins it back in the right direction, but he's down to P11 and in a very non-enviable situation. Final quarter of the race underway then, and it's still Rugby Man BSCR that leads from pole position here. 3 seconds in front of Master Rocco. And what a splendid job he's done so far. Reckon and Clark, and look at Clark as well, trying to maybe get a move on Reckon, and Reckon's done well to maintain his current position. He's been under a lot of pressure these past 3 laps, and luckily for him, he's, well, been able to hold on. It's been very difficult. But Clark 10, they're really bringing the pain, isn't he? He's looking at every possible manoeuvre now to find something through. Every corner is a rude opportunity if he can't quite get it through. 12 minutes now into this race, and already you can just sense the amount of tension these guys have. The amount of laps they have left is ticking down, approximately 4. And Clark 10 is going to try and get something going quite quickly because, as you say, time's running out. And if you're in front with a few laps to go, you're going to find it ridiculously difficult to pass. But he's going to be looking anyway. Devil Bevin there, still inherits P7 at this stage. He tries to hold on from Nathan Alpha, who's done a good job there in P8 at this stage. He's really held on nicely despite a couple of silly manoeuvres early on. He's and them out talking of silly manoeuvres. What on earth was that? Clark 10, yes, absolutely pummeled by Reckon. I don't know what was he thinking there. The final corner, which is pretty much flat out if you take it in the right line. There were two cars fighting anyway. Reckon, very, very silly manoeuvre. And if you ask me, yes, that was unsportsmanlike from Clark if that was intentional. But that may very well just be karma. Clark 10 rejoins in front. Devil Bevin's now in a tricky spot indeed. Yeah, Clark apologised as well. Two very silly bits of driving indeed. But Reckon, though, still trying to attack, or be attacked, in fact, by Reckon, is Clark 10 and Nathan Alpha really do try and reel each other in now. But more importantly, do they try and side together and catch both Reckon and Devil Bevin up in front? It's Devil Bevin that's coming under the majority of fire here today. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them fighting over P5. Devil Bevin just leading that train now. Has become the Bevin Brigade, and off into the background there you can see was a struggling Nathan Alpha. He's lucky to recover it. Penultimate lap of the race, Rugbyman with a 5-second lead. And now a first retirement of the day in Ganj. So unfortunately for him, his race has been cut short right at the very end as well. I'm very, very unfortunate there. So in Ganj, he actually retired. Yeah, it was, lap 12 he retired. So he's been out in the garage trying to get repairs for the last couple laps, and Reckon's off. And he's lucky to recover it. He leaves just enough room for Nathan to sneak through. But, well, very reluctantly, to say the least. He really didn't want to let another car through, but unfortunately it had to be done due to the rules and stipulations. But even so, starting the final lap then, Rugbyman in a very solid position. Haven't spoken much about him. He's been a kind of a quiet enforcer at the front of the field today, but what a job that man has done. Across the line, that battle, that quadrant of cars start their final lap. The Rugbyman is about to come towards the end of his. He streams down in towards that hill one more time. Through the S's section he goes. Nathan Alpha up to P7 now after Reckon's mistake. Are there any more late twists in the tail, or has fate already dictated the winners and losers of this race? One man for sure who's going to go down a winner is this man here, Rugbyman BSCR. One more corner left, 16 laps and a pole position later, and Rugbyman's going to do the 3-0. He's got pole position. He's going to take the race win. Rugbyman is a winner in the Sunday race-off. A good, solid job there by Rugbyman. Very well deserved. Untouchable at the front of the field, almost Vettel-esque. Master Rocco finishes P2 with a nice spin at the end. So back to dancing on ice. Master Rocco achieves a 7.4 from the judges. Vijay finishes in P3. Iceman 94, a mere 3.2 from the judges there for that attempt at a spin. But a good job indeed in P4. Very good job from Iceman. Devil Bevin, impressive in P5. 6th, Clark 10. Nathan Alpha 7th. Reckon and Bolinas are 8th and 9th. 10th is for Butaguano, 44. So it wasn't all to be rude there for Aguano. He did a nice job to recover from a spin at the race start in 11th. The man in 12th will be Lionheart. 13th in Ganj. Out of the race, of course, is, in Ganj, it'll be Honeyman that takes that 14th position. So absolutely fantastic job by Rugbyman BSCR. And don't forget, we've got one more race coming up for you tonight. And, of course, a special presentation as well. So don't go anywhere. We've still got some few more exciting events for you. Hello everybody and welcome to the final moments of qualifying in the Mitsubishi Evo race for the Simraceway Sunday race-off week number 46. And what a qualifying session it's been so far. My name's Liam Jenkins and I'll call all of the action for you as we race you back in towards your Sunday evening. So currently on pole position, I'll read you through the times and then tell you the order. So a 102.223, a 102.235, a 102.261, a 102.273, a 102.282, then a 102.6 and a 104. That is absolutely phenomenal. I've not seen anything that close in ages. Truly tremendous. I'm gobsmacked. So Suzuki LJ50 is the man who's currently topping the time sheet. Sega Dealer second. That's just been changed as Mercia goes up, which means there's Mercia second, Sega Dealer third, Ragster fourth, NI Raceway comes back in fifth. We got Wild seventh, sixth, Flaren in seventh, and they run out your runners for this race. So Suzuki, who leads this session by 300ths of a second, there's no guarantee that he's going to come out the winner here of this qualifying battle. He may very well get pipped at the final stages by the tiniest of margins. So down in towards the final corner he comes. The session's going to end in about a minute, so he's not going to have time to do another lap after this. This will be his final lap. So it's a 10 this time. Doesn't improve, unfortunately. Mercia ATA is not that far behind. No, doesn't improve either, so the session's still wide open. The good thing about this as well is that any one of these drivers can get themselves in contention within simply seconds. The tiniest improvement can see you rocket up the timesheets to take a potential pole position. It's absolutely vital that you get the most out of your car at this scenario. We've seen what the BMWs can do, we've seen what the Caterhams can do, and now let's see what these Mitsubishi Evos are capable of around the Lime Rock Park circuit. So Suzuki's going to come down in towards the final corner once again. He's done, as we say, good job so far. Currently your provisional pole sitter, we don't know if he's going to be able to stay there or no, but at the moment it looks to me like there's going to be no other man as he comes across the line. Stays pole for the moment. Ragster goes second. And he's just a 10th shy. Not even a 100th shy, I beg your pardon. 0.014 seconds. Mercia is still third, doesn't improve. Sega Dealer still fourth, doesn't improve. No improvements down the field. Ragster is the man we're waiting for. A nice sideways kick coming out there. And now as he comes onto the main straight once again, Ragster has got himself a lot of momentum. Now let's see what he can do from this situation. Is he going to take pole? No, he's not. He stays second. So after a big jump to second, Suzuki somehow retains pole position by 1400ths of a second. We'll be right back with you with the race. Okay, so welcome back to the Sunday Race Off. We've got 3 more races for you and a special presentation at the end. The first of these races is going to be coming from these Mitsubishi Evos in just a moment's time. 12 laps of the Lime Rock Park circuit, and what a race it's going to be. If the qualifying's anything to go by, will Suzuki take another win, or can Ragster stop him?
Green flag, hit it.
Let's find out. Oh, Ragster's stalled! Ragster's stalled! I'm not exactly sure that was an error. He's going now, but a complete misread of the lights. Everyone here are restarting the race, and there's contact in turn 1, so we will get a restart. Unfortunately, a huge incident there for Ragster. Luckily, the Simraceway admin is going to restart this when he gets a second chance. And we'll see how he fares then. 18 seconds left until we get this race underway, and Ragster wasn't really happy. Suzuki wasn't happy either after he got an amazing start due to Ragster's unfair demise. So now we await the arrival once again of those 4 red lights, and will we see a better start now? Can Suzuki repeat what we've just seen, or will he succumb to pressure from Ragster on the outside? Ragster gets away much cleaner. Sega Dealer, a huge boost off the line. He's going to be challenging for P3, maybe even P2 in fact, as he goes to the inside. He's got second. What a heroic start there by Sega Dealer. Start of the year. Cuts through the middle. His intention was clear. He's got a spinner at the back. That is Flaren 89, but that was absolutely fantastic. I haven't seen a start like that in a long, long time. He knew that he was going to be able to get that. He knew he was going to be able to get the position, and since then he just kept his head down, stuck to his line, didn't move off it, and he almost hit Suzuki there, went way too deep. Flashes his lights, feels Suzuki may have brake tested him. Either way, the man who made possibly one of the greatest starts in Sunday Race-Off history is now pressuring Suzuki for a win. We know how close these Evos can get as well. It's not like these things are, you know, the most varied car in the world. These cars, when they get going, are some of the most competitive on the service. And Suzuki moves to the outside before drifting back, realising that that's not going to be the line where he's going to be able to defend the greatest from. Sega Dealer struggling at the moment to keep up with him as Suzuki's defending it with everything he's got. Lap 2 out of 12. Top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 within just 2.09 seconds of each other. So a big start already from Sega Dealer. Ragster's coming back onto him though. He's not letting him up as the hunter once again becomes a hunted, which is very much the case here at the Sunday Race. And we've seen this all afternoon today, especially at this Sunday Race Off at Lime Rock Park. We've only been here a couple of times before, and each time has provided some emphatic racing. I believe the last time we ran the layout with the chicane, it may have been with the McLarens actually, I believe. As we come back in towards the start, lap number 3, the order remains unchanged. It is still Suzuki that leads. He's 4.8 tenths up on Sega Dealer, and that figure of time, 4 tenths of a second, is what separated the entire top 5 last time. So it could have been so different in just a short blink of an eye, but Suzuki got pole position, he's earned it, and now Sega Dealer starts off the Sega Dealer snake behind him as Ragster and Mergia both line up, and you can see already that Ragster's getting a little bit restless behind. He wants to get that position out of the way, he wants it over and done with now if he can. He's going to take a big defensive manoeuvre though from Sega Dealer to really stop this now, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this stage. Ragster's looking very feisty if Sega Dealer keeps unfortunately playing the way he is, which is very conservative. You know, he's what now Sega Dealer's doing. He's not going on the aggressive against Suzuki, and he's not going defensive. He's kind of in the middle. He's found that balance, something that's very hard to do at this circuit, especially with this car track combo as well. So he's done a very solid job at the moment. It's still 5 tenths away, 3 tenths in front, and almost look to the inside there. Maybe a bit of a warning sign to Suzuki. And who can blame him either? But right now, Ragster's looking like he could be the man to change this battle. You You know, he did originally start second. He feels maybe that was wrongfully taken from him. The man who the race restart occurred because of, after a frankly very uncharacteristic start from Raxi, usually very good, one of the Simraceway Sunday Race-Off veterans. Really couldn't get the hammer down. He stalled on the grid, something we've never seen him do, in fact. So to see him do it was a little bit shocking, but as we approach lap 5 out of 12, the race starts to wear on, and now you can really feel the tension. Segedin looks to the inside though, he wants the lead. It's going to be a big statement, and look at that, drifting to perfection. His Suzuki L50 is not worth the risk. Segedin has got the lead. A glorious move, and now is Ragster going to capitalise on it as well. That was a huge manoeuvre. So well done to Segedin there for making that one stick. That was truly remarkable. And as they now begin to shoot down in towards that hill climb once again, Segedin has now got a Segedin snake swerving behind him. And as they get to the top now, 2 more corners to go before they end the lap, and you can see already Ragster is getting even more restless than he was a couple of laps ago. And a big move there by Ragster, sent Suzuki off. He may have to let that one up, it was quite risky. Going up the inside, he does give it back. Very respectful driving there from Ragster. I was going to say, the start may have been uncharacteristic, but his racing etiquette is simply nothing short of remarkable. Never does he go out of line. He doesn't step over the line, and if he does, he always seems to give the position back immediately. He's not a driver to appeal against it or throw up any sort of drama. A very talented young man. As now Mergier 88 gets in the mix. Segedin has got himself a 1.2 second lead. Mergier's got himself in the mix right now. And as again they begin to shoot down to the hill. And Mergier could well find himself in the battle for second place. Provided he doesn't keep sliding like that though, but these 4 drivers who've all done exceptional jobs today this far, looking to really continue it then. We're officially halfway through the race, and what an opening half of the race it has been so far. Are we going to see any late shocks though? So a quick rundown of the order then. Segedin from Suzuki, Ragster, Mergier. Wild 7 a little bit further behind there in P5, who's had, again, another solid drive there at the moment after starting 8th, I believe. Or 7 that would have been, so good job there for him. 6th place, Floral, 1989. Florendon, again, nice way to keep himself going now after a spin earlier on. And 7th is NI Raceway after an unfortunate disadvantage. He raced earlier on in the Caterhams. He's back now to try and prove a point in the Evos. And you can really feel a sense of longing from Suzuki LJ50, the man who took pole position by the narrowest of margins. Now finds himself 1.5 away from a charge of Segedin. Well, this race has my Segedin seal of approval. If he becomes a winner here in the Sunday race-off, he's truly earned it. It has been a phenomenal display. Ever since he stepped that throttle down off the start line, you knew this man was expected for greatness, and greatness he has shown today. So we'll have to wait and see how this race progresses, but it seems to me at the moment that the main battle there is between Ragster, Suzuki and Mergier as well, as it's now Ragster in P2, Suzuki dropping back down to 3rd position now, so he is struggling a bit. We'll see what he can do from his current position, but if you ask me, Mergier 88 is looking like a more likely man to pass instead of Suzuki passing Ragster. That could be the next big move in my opinion. Across the finish line they come, Mergier on the inside. Bit too far away that time round I think, but nonetheless a very good attempt. about 3/4 of the way through this race, Sam. We've got about 4.5 laps left to go. And as I begin to come towards the end of lap number 9, you can really feel the edge. As Suzuki really does want that position badly. He wants that second. He would ideally love to take the victory, but you can just kind of feel it's not going to happen as the gap keeps increasing. Seguidilla now 2.6 seconds away. Through the final corner. And a bit further down the field, there aren't really many battles. It's kind of the calm before the storm. We start from 7th place and work up, and you can slowly feel a storm brewing. And, you know, the weatherman will be predicting some gale force winds. And soon as you tune into the top 3, bam, it's level 8 on the Richter scale. 3 cars fighting over second position with just 4 laps to go. Well, 3 as we say now, but Rex is looking very, very defensive. He doesn't want to try and pull away. He's just concerned on keeping his car in the racing line and not letting anyone through. And so far, he's done a very good job. Oh, and I think it may have been a bit of a lag accident there, you could say. Suzuki LJ50 clipped the wall. So lap 11's about to get underway, and Rags still leads the charge. The Seguidilla Snake has somewhat left the actual snake now. It's just Seguidilla. I would have said snail as a single animal, but Seguidilla's lapping at pace, which is nothing like a snail. 102.069, 2/10 quicker than Ragster. Oh, and Ragster's off just as we said that. And he's lost second, and he's lost third. He's down to 4th, and it is Mergia who now has an ideal shot at taking second from Suzuki LJ50, and the race has crumbled in front of Ragster's eyes. And just like that, Suzuki's propelled back into second. What can Mergia do from here, though? Can he get himself back? Can he snatch a second position? But we've got to focus on our race leader who's coming through the penultimate corner. He started back in 4th position. He took 3rd. He took 2nd after possibly the greatest start I've ever witnessed. And then he takes the race lead. He comes across the start-finish line now, the winner of the Mitsubishi Evo race. What a drive from Seguidilla. Absolutely outstanding today. Second will be Suzuki, followed by Mergia 88. 4th, unfortunately, there for Ragster. He's done a nice job. It could have been a lot more for him, unfortunately. Wild 7. Very impressive for him. He's inside the top 5. Then just back there is NI Raceway and Florent 89. And they ran out your runners for today's Sim Raceway Sunday Race Off Evo event. So 2 more races and a special presentation from myself, Liam Jenkins. We'll be right back with you. Okay, so apologies for any technical difficulties. We believe we should have them all sorted for you once again. It's been a bit of a wobbly start to the qualifying session, but very fortunately, not for the drivers. It has been a very sturdy start to today's qualifying session by some of these guys here, Shadow Bounty especially, who leads pole position by just 200ths of a second, 400ths up for Acer Acola, and then a further 700ths up from Mr. Jones. The entire top four separated by less than a tenth of a second as we go into the final 3 minutes of qualifying. Then drivers looking to set about 9 or 10 laps, and what a pole position race we've seen so far. Shadow Bounty just clenching it at the moment, with the field stretching out to 13 drivers. Apologies again for the audio difficulties. You join us in the penultimate race of the night. My name's Liam Jenkins, and again, we call in all the action from the start till the finish of this race. And if you join us, as we say, 2 minutes 25 seconds left in qualifying for these guys to start getting themselves back into contention for a pole position. There shouldn't be that much left to do, especially for guys like Acer Acola or Michigan. They just have to find a minuscule amount of time. But when you consider that this is Lime Rock Park, a circuit where the lap time out on average is about a minute, that's not a lot of time to get yourself thinking. That's not a lot of time to find time, should I say. There's not a lot of tarmac where you can go, right, I can easily gain a split second there. I can easily find a few hundredths here. It's not going to happen. This is a circuit which requires the utmost perfectionist drive, lap in, lap out, if you want to get the most out of your car. And that is what Shadow Bounty's done so far. He now leads the pole position race by just over 200ths of a second. In fact, the total distance between first and second is 0.24. Acer Acola 0.26. So those guys really are starting to hammer away right now. Mr. Jones 0.7, and Michigan goes fastest. A rocket of a lap there by a tenth of a second. So big lap there from Michigan. And a Shadow Bounty comes across the start-finish line. Can he improve? Not quite this time. But he's still got some time if he wants to get himself up there. It's not entirely lost yet. He's still got plenty of time to really find that extra couple of tenths that he needs to get himself at the front. Acer Acola still 2 tenths back as it's Shadow Bounty that has taken this by storm. 37 seconds to go. A Shadow Bounty, Michigan, who's in the pit, so Michigan will not get another lap. That is for sure. And he's realised that, and he's pulled over that he's not going to get that extra lap. So Acer Acola P3, still really within contention of getting the pole. So AZ the best as well. P6, can he improve this time? Not quite. No, he doesn't. So with a few of these guys in the pits as well, the checkered flag is out. Fregel finishes his lap. Shadow Bounty, well, he will get one more lap. Michigan does not. He doesn't improve. Acer Acola across the line. This is a guy you want to watch. 2 tenths off at the moment. Can he find it? He's been known to do it before. No, he doesn't. He does take a quarter of that time out, though. He takes 500ths of a second out. Mr. Jones in the pits, AG06, AZ best also, B13 finishes. Sushi Johan, Kojilet, the flow, Mr. PA. That is the end of qualifying, and we'll be right back with you for the race in just a few moments' time. Hello everybody and welcome back then to the penultimate race in the Simraceway Sunday race off. 24 laps of the Lime Rock Park circuit, and what an event it's going to be. So here we go then, we've got 4 red lights on the horizon, and now we get ready for what could be the biggest event, and a big start there by all involved. And the car stream down into the first corner. It's going to be a big start from Michigan, who holds the lead. Shadow Bounty trying to go up the inside to no avail. Asa Acola still searching in P3 as he's got a long train of cars behind him already in the field, not separating out. No contact thus far, which is a good sign, as Lime Rock Park often does incur some starting incidents. But a big start by all involved, no contact whatsoever. So great start by everyone in the field. And as they come towards the halfway mark in this lap, Shadow Bounty and Michigan almost doing battle, and Michigan almost lost it. He carried way too much speed through there, and that could have been absolutely vital. Michigan trying to go through the inside of the final corner. It's a big risk, and I have my heart in my mouth through there in case anything went off. A huge moment indeed, as Shadow Bounty is feeling the pressure already. This race having just got underway, it's going to take something rather special from perhaps Asa Acola at this stage. He is falling behind as Michigan now fights for the race lead with Shadow Bounty. Those two side by side, Michigan provisionally taking it. Big start there by Michigan. Really good, and Shadow Bounty's gone a bit wide. Asa forced to the very outside of the circuit to avoid any sort of contact. And now look at them all pile up as they try to flow through. It's been such an exceptional start by the field. I'm watching them flow up that hill and get a little bit of air underneath them, watching the car go weightless for just a few seconds. But Shadow Bounty still reluctant to give up anything on Michigan, and you can see already Shadow Bounty is, well, unfortunately taking a bit too much speed through there. I think that's something we never thought we'd say about Shadow Bounty. He's just gone a bit too quick. Asa Acola P3, still Mr. Jones in 4th. These guys all desperately want to get themselves back facing in the right direction. Asa Acola especially will be involved in something a little bit special later on as well. But as they come down in towards the hill for the 3rd time today, there's still been no contact. A bit of argy-bargy going on in the background. That's all sorted itself out. That was PA battling with Sushi Johan there. So big moments indeed, and almost off goes Johan, and PA's going to go around the outside. Johan has to surrender that one. That was a huge moment, which could have ended in impending doom, but luckily for him he didn't. Good start indeed. Across the line to start lap 4. Very successful opening stint to the race, and for Michigan a 57.955 lap time. And you can see he's been matched actually there to the nearest 1,000th by Shadow Bounty. So that is a great effort indeed. Good job there by him. So 3 cars fighting for the lead at this stage. You've got 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all in relatively close proximity as well. And look at the battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. All of those cars line astern as they come up the hill. And this is going to be like something on a scale extra. You wouldn't see it anywhere else. And Johan goes a bit wide again. 2 times in a row he's done that now. He's struggling through that one corner. And the more you try to correct it, the more chances you have of getting it wrong. And I think that's definitely proven to be the issue there. So you've got group battles all the way. Shadow Bounty looks to the outside. Cut short again. Michigan holds on. P2 is Bounty. P3 is Asa Acola. P4 is Mr. Jones. AGO6 is P5 at the moment, with P6 in AZ Best. 7th for B13. 8th is Sushi Johan. And then you've got that long line of cars all fighting. And you've got to wonder how much work these guys are going to have to do to pass one another today on a circuit which demands the utmost of concentration from the driver. We've seen it all afternoon long. Drivers struggling to make passes, drivers struggling to convert any momentum they have, and Shadow Bounty looks to try and do it. But unfortunately, there's just not enough tarmac. And they go through the final corner again. He has to wait till turn 1. Can he get in the slipstream? Smart driving there from Michigan to move over to the right-hand side. Very aware. And up the inside goes Michigan. It's a big move. But he's got the lead back. Shadow Bounty tries to somehow take the lead, but Michigan's done a very good job. He saw the move coming, double backed it nicely. And well, he couldn't really ask for much more than that. That was just amazing defending. Asa O'Connor, though, has been able to close right up on these two. But that battle just behind is getting ever more exciting. Sushi Ohan leads the way. We've got the kind of sushi snake now. I would say sushi fish if it flowed, since you could pardon the pun. But Kojielek and Mr. PA got to be the main two proprietors in that battle. Then you got the Flo, Fregel, El Nino's dropped back. But 13 runners, still no retirements. Michigan still holding on. Shadow Bounty and Asa still attacking him on lap 7 of 24. So this one is by no means over. But you can just feel the tension, can't you? Just watching these guys, half of me just wants to let them race and just be quiet for a couple of minutes and just listen to the Caterhams roar. These R300s are actually foul beasts. They really are powerful. Effectively, what looks like a kit car has its own Superlight Championship here in the United Kingdom, which currently, I believe, is led by Oliver Taylor at this stage after the Brand Touch event. So a little bit of cheeky information for you, but this is also cheeky information. And Shadow Bounty looks to the outside again in turn 1. He is getting restless, he's getting reckless, and now he's getting successful as well. Almost, he tries, he's drifting. The World Drifting Championships are back in motion, as Asa O'Connor has the best seat in the house for this one. But still to no avail. Michigan leads the way. Shadow Bounty effectively pushing him along. This has been some absolute incredible racing right now. You wouldn't see this in anywhere other than somewhere like Brisker F1 or Speedway or somewhere like that. It's tremendous. These cars, which pack 340 brake horsepower per ton, really are putting on an expensive display here today. A display of talent, a display of racing mindset, and a display of racing respect as well. Shadow locks up there. He may go to the inside. He does indeed. Does he make it stick? He's fighting for it. This again, though, back on the inside line. Once more, once more, once more. He's going to get it around the outside. That's a courageous move. And Miss again somehow gets himself in a decent position. And now Asa O'Connor fancies his chances. How he held on to that lead, I have no clue. Asa O'Connor is now got to fight with everything he's got. Asa and hold of Shadow Bounty. They'll be side by side to the final corner. This will be something of a heart wrench indeed. Shadow trying to hold the apex. Both left a lot of room. Great driving. Asa holds the position. And the battle behind us somewhat let up a little bit. The main focus being on this battle for second place at the moment. Asa still holding it. And as the session wears on, we're 10 laps out of the 20 in, and Asa spun, and he's hit the wall. He keeps it going, and he's been knocked down now to P5. Was that due to a result of contact, or was that a driver error? I'm not exactly sure either way. Asa O'Connor is now at a severe disadvantage if he wants to win this race. Luckily, though, it's not all doom and gloom, because he's in P5. Still 15 laps to go, almost 14 as he comes across the line. This race is by far, by no means over. Leaving now Michigan and Shadow Bounty to do battle. Shadow Bounty's got a clear shot of the leader. He can get close enough now. Mr. Jones as well. He's trying to do everything he can to get himself somewhat involved in this battle. He's trying to bring AGO6 with him. Ace there, P5, B13, P6, 7th is Kozielek. 8th and 9th, Sushi, Johan and Mr. PA. And PA's getting a bit aggressive, I think, there you can see. And now PA to the inside again, and he can't get anything done. He really is struggling. And that's one of the beauties. It's like a blessing and a curse all in one of Lime Rock Park. If you're defending, it's a blessing. If you're attacking, it's a curse. But there is just nothing these guys can do to bring themselves into some sort of attacking position unless there's a mistake from the car in front. Oh, and that was a big mistake as well from Johan. And I'm sure PA's just going to say thank you very much and cruise through. Yes, he is. PA to the inside. And almost a big moment there from Kozielek as well. But he's able to retain control of the car. Shadow Bounty also getting very close now to the back of Michigan. So those guys are surely going to encounter in battle once again very shortly. So we're approaching half race distance here. Shadow Bounty to the inside for the race lead. And he's tried there once before with Asa O'Connor. Unfortunately, again, it hasn't worked. But as they come across the line, then half the race down, half the race left to go. Michigan with another big lockup. Shadow Bounty again tries to capitalise, and again, it's cut short. I'll tell you what, these guys have been in a gladiator duel today. So Mr. Jones P3, P4 is AGO6. Asa O'Connor is now in prime position to attack AGO and get his race back underway. Currently P5. Let's see what arguably one of the best Simraceway racers in history can do at this circuit. It is a very difficult circuit to accomplish something. We've seen it done before. We saw a tremendous start from Segadila, and now Asa O'Connor's going to make a breathtaking pass, perhaps. No, he waits. And that just shows you why he's achieved as much as he has. He doesn't want to go for something silly. And now across the line he goes, and he's actually past AGO6, who centrally moves out of the way. It was a good decision indeed. So exactly what we were talking about. He knew the move would come to him, and a really good performance. But now look at Kozielek, and that is B13. Battling over the final top 5 spot here. Out the inside goes B13. Kozielek still doing everything he can now to try and find some momentum. He really is somewhat struggling at this stage. He's already had a big effort today as he tries to get to the inside. No, not quite through there. B13 holds his line very nicely. But oh, and a bit of contact there. And B13 does well to hold on as Kozielek almost comes to a standstill. But across the line they go then, and the start. Oh, and there's a car off there. It's AGO6. And what has happened there? He's off at the straight. That's contact with someone. He's down to P9. So a big struggle already for AGO6. And he's already off again. Halfway through, Michigan and Shadow Bounty are still dueling away. Both of these guys have done a very impressive job here today. Michigan, obviously the more impressive of the two, leading the charge out front. Still leading as well. Shadow Bounty, no matter what he's done, he just hasn't been able to break the momentum and get himself into a pass. It doesn't matter what's been thrown at him. And they go through the final corner once again to start lap number 16 of the 24 we've been given here today. But what a race we've seen so far. Again, this car track combo has been nothing short of superb. But Michigan's gone very sideways there. He's seeming to maybe succumb a little bit to the pressure, it seems. B13 up the inside of Kozielek again. As Asa O'Connor breaks into P4. He's now fighting with Mr. Jones over third. So Jones has had a great job so far. It's got to be said, we've had 15 minutes of tremendous racing so far. Asa on the inside. Oh, that's a courageous attempt and a real big champion's move. So Asa up to P3. He's only 6 seconds away from Michigan. He's not out of this race at all. As he comes across the line, we already know what his pace is like. As Shadow Bounty's taking the lead. He may go a bit wide. Michigan's going to be on the inside. Very well placed car, and Shadow doesn't have enough to park his car on the inside of the next corner. Oh, and he's trying though, isn't he? He's doing everything he can. Got it on the inside, lost the traction, and that was the result. Michigan holds the car in third place for a bit longer, and you can see already Michigan leading this race with everything he has. He's driving absolutely brilliantly today. Bounty to the inside. Surely that's going to get cut short. Yes, it does. I've had many an incident at that corner trying to pull off that exact same move. And now look at this, immediately darting across to the slipstream, back to the outside, lap 18. Ace is there. The lingering threat. Shadow knows he has to get a move down. He wants that comfort barrier, but he can't push too hard. He cannot risk losing out big yardage here. He can't lose big position drops. The Michigan is just doing an impeccable job. Absolutely phenomenal today. Bounty going through the hill, and that wasn't going to work, unfortunately, through there. And you can feel Shadow Bounty's tension now. The gap's been cut to 5.5. It was 6, and that's just one lap. We've still got well over 7 laps of racing on here left. And the Caterhams are really giving everything they've got here. Bounty over the line again. He's 2 tenths away. Asa O'Connor goes over the line. 5.5. He's showing no signs of leaving whatsoever. Bounty needs to get through. He needs to start being more daring. But the thing is at Lime Rock, when you get more daring, you make mistakes. And when you make mistakes at Lime Rock, they can cost you your entire race. This one's going to go down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be possibly an emotional roller coaster if you're a fan of either of these drivers. It has been neck and neck the entire way. And Bounty being run off the road there. He's looking for everything. Hello everybody and welcome back live to the final event then of your Simraceway Sunday race-off for the week 46 of an event, and we're approaching the 50th week, which truly is an outstanding feature and something I'm very proud to announce. I've called most of these races and I really can't wait for that event. And also for the stream which is going to follow after this, as a little bonus, we're doing the short presentation on the Mazda Fiora. You may have noticed if you head over to the Simraceway Facebook page, a lot of posts, a lot of remembrance about that car after the news we found out earlier on in the year, and we're going to pay tribute to such an outstanding car a bit later on after this race. But for now, we get to feast our eyes on the open setup race, 32 laps of Lime Rock Park with some of the most talented drivers. And the good thing is, with a circuit like this, it really does take, you know, an exceptional driver to conquer it. With a circuit like this, with the amount of elevation change, with its tight and twisty nature, its fast-flowing second sector with that all-important kink going up the hill, you never know what the default setup's going to do. If you're a very aggressive driver and that downforce on the car's not enough, then you're going to feel out of position. If you're a very conservative driver and the car's too loose, then again, you're going to feel way too out of position. With the open setup race, it really allows drivers to express their creativity and get their thinking caps on. How exactly do you want a car to handle around a circuit as demanding as this one? What will you do to it? Will you make it loose? Will you make it as tight as possible? What is your exact timing here? How do you want the car to react? And can you make it so you can be sat on pole position? The man currently sat on pole position is Van Panther as we head into the final 5 minutes. Daniel C in second, Lounger third, Axvarti fourth, Sean 24 in fifth, Exedi in sixth, Braynor seventh, eighth now as Pelly jumps up to seventh, Jamu ninth, and Severio in P10. Then it's Mr. Jolly, Gargo Ware, and Cortese. So still a strong grid, all 14 drivers here once again. And I really can't wait to see how this race pans out. And in all honesty, this could be one of the most exciting. If the last one's anything to go by, we saw how close that race came down to between two of the finest drivers in that race-off, with Asa Acola clawing his way back through the field after an error. And now we get to see it all over again with more laps and open setup. So really is going to be a very intense race, to say the least. So then let's just keep an eye. 4 minutes to go, and it's still Van Panther now that is leading the charge, and he's got it by about a few 300ths of a second. It's not a lot. It's not a big gap to call a safety, but it's enough at the moment to keep him at the front of the grid. It's not going to maybe perhaps secure that pole position, but at the moment it seems to have done enough. So we'll wait and see how things can progress. Three minutes 45 in. Axvarti then jumps to the top of the timesheets of 57.685. It's about 500ths quicker than Van Panther's time. The current distance between the two cars, you're looking at about 200ths of a second, in fact, as Van Panther improved last time round. A further 400ths back is Daniel C. A further 2/10ths there almost is Lounger. Sean 24 is 2,000ths away, so a tiny improvement from him could really see him excel up the leaderboard here, excel up the rankings, and almost excel up the grid as well. He's done a very nice job here so far as he comes across to the start-finish line to start another lap. He does, he gets that crucial time gap, and he moves up into P4 on the grid. So very good job there by Sean 24. Again, another seasoned racer here in the Sunday race-off. He's had a very illustrious career, and I'm sure he wants to add to that today with a big opportunity. So as we come towards the end of this qualifying session, maybe just time to reflect on what a classic car track combo this has been. Absolutely phenomenal, to say the least. These drivers have put 110% effort into all of this, and they've never really looked back from it. They've done such a good job as they go through the final corner right now. Cortese's done well to hold the line there, as Sean 24 doesn't really seem to have much of a problem when it comes to traffic. They may well do in a couple of moments' time. He's evidently faster than Cortese. But Van Pander's still P2. Anxiety is in the pits, so maybe he thinks he's done enough. He's only got 1 minute 48 seconds, so he can't do another lap. He doesn't have enough time, or does he? Actually, yes, he will. He will have time, providing he doesn't make a mistake on his out lap, which he very almost did coming out the pit lane. He will get one more lap, so Anxiety maybe left it a little bit late for a moment, but he finally sees sense and gets himself out. So then Daniel C, who's in the pits as well. Daniel, I don't think will get another lap in. There's no way from about now that he'll be able to get himself back out on track in time. We've got Sean 24. Yeah, he won't get another lap. Sean's out. Lounger is out. Exedian's in the pits. He won't get another shot. The highest he will finish today is 6th. 7th is Pelly. So good job there for him so far. He will get another lap out. Yeah, he will definitely get another lap easily. He's going to attempt that now. Then he goes through the final corner. The man who's currently in P8 by 300th of a second would love to move a bit higher up the grid to start this 32-lap event. Across the line he goes, and he doesn't improve, but he does get one more shot. So there's Brenor as well. He's going to have a big effort indeed. He almost lost the car for a moment there. Severio still P10. Jolly's out as well. Anxiety will get another lap in, surprisingly. So he did make the right choice in going out with just enough time left on the clock. No cars coming either. So a completely fresh track to set a time. He couldn't have asked for better track conditions. Across the line then comes Anxiety. He wants to secure it. He's only got 200s. Does he do it? Not quite. He doesn't do enough. Van Pander's in the pit zone, so he may well have. Daniel C can't improve. Sean 24 may be the only man to really take it from him. There's a long train of cars coming. Lounger will be the first in line to try and take it. As Gargo where pulls off. He's had enough. Lounger's going to come across the start-finish line from P5. 2/10 off the leader. Does he improve? He goes third. Big late gain there indeed. And across the line goes Sean in 5th. And the rest of the field as well, I believe. That is the end of qualifying. So, big pole position there for Anxiety. He will have to endure 32 laps of the aggressive Lime Rock circuit. Can he conquer it? Or will the circuit conquer him? Find out in just over a moment's time. Hello everybody and welcome back to the final Simraceway Sunday race-off event. 32 laps here of Lime Rock Park. So you're looking at about 35 minutes odd worth of racing, and what an event it's going to be Agzvati. Starts on pole position by a narrow margin. Very well strategically placed qualifying session for him. He looks to set this race beyond all shadow of a doubt now as we await those 4 red lights. We had 3, there's the 4th. It's going to be a big start, a very slow start in fact. Van Panther may very well get the jump into turn 1. The rest of the field following hectically behind, scrambling to try and find a move. Through the first corner they go. Agzvati holds on nicely. The cars behind still shuffling around, trying to scramble for anything they can find, any tiny amount of position. And not quite, as a little group of trio there, as Lounger involved, going to the inside, and he's got 4th position, very nicely secured there. However, Daniel C coming right back at him, forcing him wide. He's got to be careful. He almost came back there to come right back across the track. That was very dangerous indeed. Got a bit deep at the hill as well. Although very nicely held, and these drivers giving it absolutely everything they've got today. Very talented drivers behind the wheel to make these setups. And already we come towards the end of the first lap, and what a first lap it's been. Agzvati still leads the front 3, but look at the action behind. 4th, 5th, and all the way down the rest of the field are bundled up right now behind Lounger, who's had, well, needless to say, a very good start, but the Lounger train is really starting to build up now. Cortese and Jolly there battling in P10 as Jolly really trying to force an impact as Severio comes under a lot of big pressure. Over the grass he goes, and that could have been a bit of a lumpy bumpy ride for him. He's going to be lucky there. That could have been a lot worse. There's a car off at the front, and that could have been vital as well. I don't think it was in one of the big battles, but as you take a look, a lot of cars are taking some extra turf. And Brenor there doing everything he can as well to get himself in some sort of contention. The cars come across the start-finish line. And Xenian's had a good start. Sean 24 4th, as we say. Daniel C 5th, Lounger 6th, Jamu Severio with a big lock-up there, but hasn't really cost him too much time. A lot of drivers seem to be locking up here today, so it's just really become expected here around this circuit. We'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Of course, the fuel tank is going to be also a rather big factor. But we have to try and see who really will be the most dominant force out of everyone here today. Oh, and a big moment there for our leader, Agzvati. Just took a look at that out the final corner. The long train of cars ends lap number 3, start lap number 4, and what a way to end it that was. That could have been something truly remarkable. Luckily for him, it ended rather abruptly. But he still holds the lead. The rest of the car still dueling away behind. Jamu and Brenor looking to try and further their race forward, and we've said it all afternoon, but this is what makes this line what track so special. It's that taunting edge, the one that makes a driver just simply unstoppable when it comes to defending. If you can position your car well and you don't succumb to pressure, then you're going to have a great time. There's not really much you can do from that scenario. And to attack, you really do need someone to make an error. You have to have the car in front of you put a foot wrong, and unfortunately it seems that for the majority of the time today, the drivers at the front are so quick and so consistent. They're big names in the Sunday race-off. They know how to handle themselves in the big leagues, that doesn't tend to happen. And Agzvati's gone to really now try and punch this car through that time-space continuum. He's fought it at such high speeds. He's being trailed by Van Panther as well. They're so close. But right now, though, you just take a look at what's going on through the rest of the field. Especially down in that P9 battle as well, being led by the Severio. The Severio Snake has started to come into its own, it seems, once again. So that's not entirely out of the question yet either. So there are still plenty of laps to go. We've only had 5. We've still got plenty of battles I'm sure we're going to see as well. And now these drivers starting to try and really settle into a rhythm, which is a lot harder, well, a lot easier said than done, a lot harder than it seems as Cortese comes across the line, looks to the inside of Severio there. Some action in turn 1 up ahead, a big move by Cortese, sees him take the position. Strong, suggestive manoeuvre there. So he's got the move completed. He's got 2 other cars right behind him as well, so plenty of audacity for these drivers to make a name for themselves here today. They've done a tremendous job so far. And in the opening stage, you've really got to appreciate what these guys have done. And look at that, 3 wide almost as they climb the hill. Severio, Cortese and Jolly. And they really put it all on the line. They know exactly what they want to do. But when it comes to an event like this, you really do have to be at the top of your game. And a big moment there for Cortese as well. And lucky for him, it didn't translate into anything more. It could have been something a lot more disastrous as the cars come across the start-finish line once again. Big lock-up though there by Severio. He's trying to do everything he can. And you can really sense the urgency in that battle now. Drivers wanting to get through it as soon as they possibly can. And I say drivers, I may as well call them the pack of dogs. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them fighting over a position. You've got 3 fighting for P6. Poor old Daniel on his own there. And look at the battle for the lead as well. Then you see you've got Axvarti versus Van Panther. You've got Xedian and Sean 24. You've got enough individual battles to make some sort of sports league like you would the Barclays Premier League or Major League Baseball and convert them into teams. You've got so many individual battles on one-on-ones. You may as well. I mean, Xedian's now trying to fight with Sean 24. The field is split up so evenly when it comes to these battles. It really is fascinating to watch and truly a pleasure as well. And you can see Gargo Ware trying to stick with this. The man who's last place at the moment. No retirements in the first 8 laps of the race. So about a quarter of the way through now as he's, I say quartet of cars. I'm literally going to start calling it an army, to be honest, because you've got pretty much half an army of cars there, all in green and yellow military colours. On these 300 horsepower Caterhams, which make the perfect blend kit car, road car and track car. All in one, putting to a very good use there as Pelly looks to the inside of Jolly. And he's just about got enough speed. He's forcing one through. It is a bold attempt into the final corner if he can hold his line. Can he do it? He's going to be followed maybe by Gargo Ware. Jolly can barely hold on. There's Brennor's off. Brennor's made a big off there somewhere along the line. Not exactly sure what he's done. And Jolly into the inside of turn 1. And Pelly's done well to hold on. And now the position switch. And it's going to be Pelly ripping up the offensive playbook and looking what he can do on the defensive side of things. Sean 24 and Xedian also doing a reasonable job of battling there. It's sort of come to a little bit of a halt there. But coming towards the end of lap number 9 and starting the 10th lap of the 32 today. And you can already really sense the urgency. You don't know what these guys' strategies are going to be like either. As look at Jolly attacking Pelly again to the inside. Not quite. He's got to go for it. Pelly made a mistake. This has given Jolly the perfect line to position his car. Can he capitalise on it? Not quite. Unfortunately, no. It was a bold effort. And unfortunately, it came to a very sudden ending. It could have been a lot more. It possibly deserved to be a lot more after Pelly's mistake. But even so, you've really got to wonder how long it's going to be before Jolly can convert a fully blown manoeuvre on him. Because with attempts like that, it's really going to be quite a difficult driver to hold back. It's like a David versus Goliath sort of thing. You're not really going to be able to do much to stop it. Although David in that battle did defeat Goliath. So who knows what Pelly can do. Given the circumstances of this track and the length of the race, as Anxiety had a look on race leader Van Panther but was cut short. Lap 11 of 32, Van Panther still leads here at Lime Rock Park. Quick run through of the order. Van Panther from Anxiety, Sean 24 third. Exedian is in P4 at the moment. Daniel C P5, 6th place is Lounger and gradually catching Daniel. Bringing 7th place Jamie with him, 8th place Cortese, 9th Severio, 10th Pelly, 11th Jolly, and 12th place Gargowell with Brenor down in 13th after the spin, coming out of the final corner early on. But as the race starts to draw on, so does Anxiety's pressure on Van Panther. The race leader Van Panther's barely put a foot wrong all day. Anxiety was really taking a leaf out of some of the drifters' book there. This isn't a Mitsubishi, this is a Caterham. And, well, he's treating it like it's a Mitsubishi. The amount of power he put down in that corner. Car almost completely sideways through turn 2. And he's now really just trying to attack Van Panther. Attack. But Van Panther holding strong at the front. Doesn't want to surrender that position. And as now they approach the hill one more time, see what the battle's looking like a bit further back. It's kind of evened out a bit. Jolly and Pelly are still raging on, and Jolly's hit Pelly! And Pelly holds on. But is he going to lose it on the cut? And no, look at Gargowell! Oh my goodness me! Storms through the middle like there was just nothing at all. Now that is what you call a vulture. A vulture move. The prey gets killed, and out of nowhere, the vulture swoops down and takes the meat for his family. What an incredible move there. That was courageous. Pelly was rejoining the circuit. Jolly had a bit of an off. You didn't know what the next move was going to be. You didn't know if these guys were going to come across the middle of the racetrack. You didn't know if there was going to be contact, but Gargo just went flat out. The old motto goes, if in doubt, flat out, and in Gargowell's case, that's earned him 2 positions. Move of the afternoon, Gargowell. Well done. That was something absolutely remarkable. So Exedian still trying to catch Sean 24 at the front. Anxiety's off! No, Anxiety! The pole sitter is off, and he's now down to P6. And the race gets turned on its head. Just when you think you've seen it all, something else happens. Anxiety with a big spin coming off of turn number 5. I don't think he made contact with the wall. He stays out on the racetrack. And now looks towards Jamie number 1. But down to P7 after 14 laps of trying to chase back for that lead. It is such a shame. And we don't know if he'll be able to fight back through the field to where he currently was before. But he's definitely going to try for it. That was something utterly tragic. But what a remarkable display of overtaking from Gargowell. I still can't get over that. It's not something you see every day. But now look at Anxiety trying to attack a certain Mr. Jamie 1. As they come down in towards that final corner again. We're approaching half race distance now. And Anxiety's got a much stronger run coming off that final corner. These cars now accelerating past 120 miles an hour. Over the line. Up to the inside. This should be a given, really. I can't see Jamie putting up much of a fight. He lost the back end. Barely held on, though. And that could have been a very difficult predicament once again. He's not having it in any of his circumstances today. So Van Panther now leads then from Sean 24, then Exedian, then Daniel, Lounger, Anxiety, Jamie, Cortese, Gargowell, Pelly, Mr. Jolly, and Brenor. Severio still 13th, unfortunately, but it looks to me at the moment like it's going to be a big race. I mean, Severio's the only car a lap down. We're almost halfway through as well. But you've got to feel for poor Anxiety. He's on a warpath right now in P6. Only 1.9 away from Lounger, who goes wide. So that move's going to be made a whole lot easier if Lounger doesn't cut across. Well, it would have been, but now Anxiety has to try and get... Oh, smartly done. And that is a move you don't see very often. Anxiety nails it 110%. Over the crest of the hill, still P5, only 8 seconds away from Van Panther. So not entirely out of reach. He still certainly has some time to play with. It wouldn't surprise me if he does find a way back into this one. As I say, we've still got well over half the race left. Pelly, though, attacking Gargo where he wants revenge and redemption after that move. It was Pelly that went wide in the first place. He's got to get it. Launches himself now to the inside of the racetrack on the run down into the first corner here at Lime Rock Park. If you just joined us, where have you been? It's been a thrilling race so far. And Gargoware, I think, may have unfortunately surrendered that one. Indeed, he has. He's staying right on that tail end, though. Look how close he is. Looks to the inside. Pelly tries to go in deep, and I think that was the objective of Gargoware all along. Force him deep to go wide, but Pelly does not succumb to the expectation. And Gargoware's left, really trying now to get some more. As we come towards what could be a very pivotal part in the race, Van Panther hasn't yet pitted. His fuel obviously still okay. A lot of drivers mentioned the fuel earlier on in these open setups. It's all down to you, of course, as to how you want to set your car up. Van Panther's seemingly done the best job of anyone at this stage, having led the race now over, well over half race distance. And just taking a look at Lounger coming back at Anxiety, he's not letting him escape. Anxiety is not pulling away as fast as one might have imagined. He's still holding on. As they go through the final corner, Anxiety's got a little over half a second to play with when it comes back to Lounger. So almost starting lap 20 now. Lap 19 underway. In all honesty, you couldn't really ask for a more exciting race than this. But taking a look at what Xedian's doing as well then, he's still P3. He's got about a second back to Daniel and 2.6. In front of him to Sean 24, so a very solid gap at the moment as Xedian still searching for that first Sunday race off podium here in the main open race setup event. So 12 laps remaining then. Oh, we've 13 technically, but big lock-up as well there by Xedian as Daniel C gets it a bit sideways as well, in fact a lot sideways. And just listen to these cars on board, the amount of oversteer that's kicking out of some of them is truly quite remarkable. Lounger and Anxiety once again. Anxiety's up again from P5. It was recovering so well. He saves the car. And Dancing on Ice is back. And Anxiety scores a 6.4 for creativity, 7.6 for execution. And it was almost more. He's struggling today. It has not been his day at all. Every dog has its day, and unfortunately this dog still has some years to wait, it seems, because Anxiety, just when he seems like he's got the break, when he takes the pole position, when he's fighting for the lead, there is something not quite right, whether he set the car up wrong, whether he set it up too loose for his driving style or something. He's pulling into the pit lane, I think, or tried to, but He's obviously got some issue. He's down to 8th place now. And such an unfortunate circumstance, and we mention it every time, but since that impression he made back at Watkins Glen all those Sunday race-offs ago, back early in the early teens, I think it must have been 16 or 17, he just never has made such a great impact as he did that day. And unfortunately, despite having a couple of wins, I think one of them came at Sonoma, he hasn't quite been able to get himself back on the way to the form he once found. But maybe one day he will. He's evidently got the pace. It's just the consistency that plagues him. And he's always lost it again. And he's done so well to recover it there. Very good car control. Something which could have saved him a few positions earlier on, unfortunately. So lap 22 of 32. And Van Panther still going very strong. Sean 24 still under a second behind. He's keeping him close. He's not letting him run away with this by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. He's really giving him a run for his money. The tiniest mistake, like Anxiety's proved earlier on, will have the most dramatic of consequences. And it's really going to take a big driver to not put a foot wrong all day. If it was me, you know, I can't really talk much about mistakes, as anyone who's raced me on Simraceway will know. I'm not exactly the greatest driver in the world, and there's a good reason why I don't compete in Sunday race-offs. But in all honesty, this circuit is nothing but treacherous, is the one word for it. There's a reason why it holds such a reputation, and it's because it tempts drivers. I said it in the first race, but if you weren't watching, I'll say it again. If Van Panther's off, the race leader's off. Race second, I beg your pardon, he's off the track, and he's got to get it going. And just as I was talking about how treacherous the circuit is, I think someone spilled a bucket of oil somewhere. Dancing on ice, a 9.4 for Van Panther there. And just when you think you've seen it all, it happens once again. And it will happen again and again and again. This circuit is a trap. It's a minefield. You never know who's going to go off next. And I've said it just in case any of you guys weren't watching earlier, I'll repeat it for you. And this circuit holds such a reputation. It's because of its nature. Look, you shoot downhill if you look on board with Van Panther. A sheer explanation. Uphill now. Car goes weightless right there. As soon as you bump over that hill, you touch that grass, there's a wall to your right where you're evidently going to spin. Too much throttle through here, you're going to spin there. Catch a wheel to the left, you're going to spin to the right. Final corner, too much throttle, you're going to spin to the left, you're going to fly to the right. Van Panther, that's exactly what he did. He passes Xenia now in a risky pass on the outside. I think that was a lap car. But the thing is with this Lime Rock circuit, is that it is what I'm going to call it the forbidden fruit of motorsport circuits. Now, you've got your circuits where you know, for instance, Eau Rouge in Spa, everyone wants to take that flat out. But with Lime Rock, there's something about it because it's such a short layout. It's only about a 1 minute lap, which means that drivers are left staggered. They want to find more pace. If your competitor is 4/10 faster than you, you're like, right, where can I find time? You've only got about 8 or 9 corners before you run out of lap. You've got 59 seconds before the lap's over. There's not a lot of time you can find in 59 seconds. So how do you find it? Well, you go into turn 1. Turn 1's quite a narrow corner. Do you take more time for it? Do you take more throttle? Do you go late on the brakes? It's so tempting. There is plenty of runoff, but you go for that manoeuvre and you're going to find yourself ploughing into a very deep runoff area, which is going to take a long way to get yourself back from. And then when you get to turn number 3, you come back off that long turn 1, that double right-hander, and you switch yourself into turn number 3. You get yourself on the right-hand side of the track, and it says, go on. You know, you want to go flat through there, don't you? You want to take a bit more through there. You do that, again, there's a steep bank, which isn't visible from the racing line. If you go over there, you're going to dip down that bank, past a little shed on the right, and into what could be a very difficult predicament. This hill, arguably the most difficult corner on the track. You want to go flat through there, and it just tempts you. And if you do it, there's a huge rubber tyre wall, and there's the grass. This circuit tempts you, and if you succumb to it and you can't execute it, then you're gonna fall under a very difficult circumstance. You're gonna suffer a very troubled race, and that is exactly what a few of these drivers have today. Van Panther's back to 3P3 because of it. Anxiety's now retired because of it. And now Sean 24 is leading because of not doing it. This circuit is a true driver's circuit. It requires the utmost of concentration, and that is why you're seeing such exceptional performances today when it comes to consistency. Yeah, you're also seeing such memorable incidents where some of the big names are dropping out. Asa Acola made an incident earlier on, and it's not because he doesn't know the circuit. It's not because he's not an experienced driver. It's sheerly down to the fact that Lime Rock Park is one of the most treacherous circuits on Simraceway, and it really does bring the best out of the driver. So Sean 24, lap 26 of 32, gonna cross 9 to start lap number 27, and he's 5 seconds clear of Daniel C. A good big cushion there. So Jamie 1 still P6. A quick run through of the order then. Sean 24, Daniel C in second, Van Panther third, Lounger P4, P5 Exedian, P6 is Jamie, P7 Cortese, 8th Severio, 9th Mr. Jolly, 10th Gargo Ware, 11th Brenor, maybe not for much longer. He looks to the inside of Gargo Ware. That could be a big move. Looking to the outside now, and it's going to be it's a huge lunge, and he's locked up. And that is what I was talking about. This Lime Rock Park circuit is claiming races left, right and centre, and it almost took another there. Brenor did well to hold on, but passing around the outside is a big no-no around turn 1. A big no-no. There's a bit of a yellow flag. There's a car off there. Severio, the next man. And now Gargo has to avoid him. Goes to the outside. Good. I'll tell you what, Gargo has really impressed me today, and I know he's P9. He's not, inside the top 5 or fighting for a podium, but he really has impressed me. And at this stage in the race, he's my driver of the day because he's made some incredible manoeuvres under some extremely difficult circumstances in an extremely difficult race with a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Perhaps unnerving car to drive. As Gargo crosses the line, he's 9th place with about 7 laps to go. And he really has put on an outstanding show today. He's not been the quickest car, he's not been the most consistent, but he has been the most exciting to watch. And at this stage, he really does deserve a round of applause for his performance. So looking to Sean 24, he crosses the line. That's lap 29, started then, so 5 laps left to go in fact now. As Daniel C follows in second, about 6 seconds behind. Lounge is still P3, Exedian P4, Van Panther's in 5th. Jamie's in the pits, his fuel isn't enough! And Jamie from 7th, Gargo Ware may have an ace up his sleeve here. Jamie's in. I remember someone, before the race, everyone was wishing each other luck. Someone wished good luck to their fuel tanks. Seems luck wasn't on their side. Gargo Ware sails through, as does Severio. Pelly will as well. The unfortunate thing about Lime Rock is you really want a heavy car because, yes, okay, it's going to slow you down. But if you do a pit stop at Lime Rock and it costs you 30 seconds, that's half a lap. That is literally, you're giving up. Say you're already 20 seconds behind the leader, you could effectively lose a lap to the leader due to a pit stop. And it is so tricky to plan a strategy for a circuit like this. It really is one of my favourite and one of my most hated circuits, if you hadn't told already. Truly is a remarkable circuit in every sense of the word, and really one of the pinnacle, in my opinion, of the racetracks in America. Really should be, seeing more coverage from this circuit. And Lounger stopped. Lounger stopped on track in P5. Has he run out of fuel? Has he run out of fuel? That car is not going anywhere. Yellow flags are waving. Has Lounger run out of fuel? There are 2 side-by-side cars there. In fact, 3, I want to keep an eye on that. There's Brenor, Severio, and Gargo. Gargo wears up to P6. If his race hadn't been good enough, he's now got to defend off Severio and Brenor. If he can do this, then he's a driver of the weekend, let alone driver of the day. This has been an exceptional performance here from Gargo Ware today. And if a driver ever has a breakout race, this would be it. If there's a race where a driver's been not so much average, but maybe not so much under the spotlight, and out of nowhere goes bang, and he straight into it. He's straight into that spotlight, commanding every bit of attention, getting positioned, making moves, setting good lap times. This is a breakout race for Gargoware, and I'm sure will be under a lot of people's radar come the end of this race. Lounger has left the race then, and he's our second retirement after Axvarti. Pelly stopped! Fuel is an issue! Pelly, that is on the exit of turn number 3. Pelly's out. Sean 24 is still going though, as he starts his final lap. That Daniel sees there as well. Van Pander's third, Jolly fourth. 5th is Gargoware. He's competing for a top 5 position with a lap and a half to go. Can he hold on? This will be remarkable, and he truly will get driver of the weekend from me if he can do this. But we need to take a look and just keep an eye. Or any other driver's going to lose out. And Gargoware's under pressure. Severio wants it. Bruno's on the inside. He gets blocked by Gargoware, but somehow uses that to cut across from Severio. Very intuitive driving there from Bruno. And as he comes through the final corner right now, this is where legends are made. And as we take a look back to what Sean 24 is doing,
This is the final lap. Keep it
he's
going.
coming through the final corner in just a couple of moments' time then. Under the most unlikely circumstances, Sean 24 again will be confirmed as Simraceway Sunday race-off winner at Lime Rock Park in the most exciting race of the evening. Sean 24 is your winner. And he comes across gallantly. Daniel C in third. A good job there for him. Very good job indeed. Very impressed with him today. Van Panther also strong in P3. Could have been a win, but a mistake set him back. So a great comeback drive. Jolly, very good for him. And Gargoware's down to 7th after losing those positions. It wasn't to be. We'll wait and see if he comes across the line in that position or no. Jolly P4, arguably the best I've seen him drive today. He's been quite quiet, but he's been also quite effective as well. Very solid drive indeed by Mr. Jolly. Bruno, Severio and Gargoware will line up. So Gargoware, he's just driver of the day, I'd say, for Gargoware. Nonetheless, a very good job. 8th place for Jamie 1, 9th place for G. Cortese, 10th place for the man who was fighting with third early on, Exedian. And out of the race are Pelly, Lounger and Axvarti. Thank you so much to every single person who's tuned into this event. 4 more till we hit the big 50. But thank you to the drivers for making all this possible, to Kosako again for making the event possible, and to our cameraman No Fear C, who really doesn't get enough applause as he deserves. So a massive thank you to him. From myself, Liam Jenkins, we've got one more little event coming up for you in just a little bit, but you will not want to miss that. So please stick around for that. If you want to get in contact with me, always head over to the Sim Raceway Facebook page, or my Twitter is at Liam J Sim Racing. We'll see you very shortly for a very special presentation. Thanks so much for watching, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome to a very special presentation from us today at Simraceway. We're going to bring you a brief rundown of this beautiful piece of art, also known as the Mazda Fieri, driven of course by Asa Ricola. And Asa, one of the finest drivers in the entire of Simraceway, going to be giving us a true demonstration of what this car can truly do here today. It really is a masterpiece, and what better second to drive it at than Laguna Seca. Just take a look at what this car can do, for instance. Look at its unique shape. It is the last of its kind until the tragic fire. We'll get onto that a bit later. But it is the last in the Najjar concept cars created by Mazda. The Fieri debuted back at the 2008 North American International Auto Show in Detroit, but it differed from its four predecessors, and if you couldn't tell already, all you've got to do to see such a development is look at the thing. 190 miles an hour top speed with 0 to 60 in just 3.5 seconds, 460 brake horsepower with torque at 6,000 RPM, rear-wheel drive, a 6-speed sequential gearbox, and 8,800 RPM braking into the horsepower. So it really is a remarkable piece of machinery, and a car which was tipped to enter Le Mans within the next few years of its release back in 2008. A car which was also tipped to announce to be broken into the commercial market to be sold to many different sort of motoring fans and motorsport drivers alike. But 100% ethanol powered vehicle would battle into the racetrack with a very different and a very unique sound, which I'm sure Acer Ricola is going to demonstrate for you in just a moment's time. This car sounded pretty much like the wind, and the actual meaning of the word evocative moniker was sound of the wind, a phrase which the Mazda team just loved so much. They really did think it was the quietest car, the best looking supercar out there, and the perfect blend of an on-track racer and yet a commercial supercar. A car which would go down in history as one of the most inventive and constructive products that the Mazda company have ever made. It was a predecessor, of course, from the Mazda 787B, which is why it shields that number 55, the iconic number 55, and the number which was sported on that very Mazda 787, which had won the Le Mans 24 Hours back in 1991. This car is something of true, outstanding beauty in every possible way until the unthinkable happened. There was a factory fire, and unfortunately the car was caught ablaze, and a very striking side-by-side comparison saw that the car was no longer meant to be. There was only one of these beasts around, and unfortunately that car was destroyed, along with the hopes and dreams of its mechanics, of its designers, and of the people who brought birth into such a provocative project. And you've got to think and feel really sorry for those guys that put all their hard-earned hours and long nights into making such a beast that it was just never meant to be. And I remember reading an article a few months ago regarding the fire, and someone had actually not seen the image of the car side by side with the burnt version, and it was the first time they'd seen it, and the interviewer actually referred it to it being a similar scenario as to breaking the bad news of someone to a death in the family. And that is what attachment these guys had to that car at Mazda. It was something so sincere to them, so meaningful, something so revolutionary to the car market. Nothing had ever been done like it before, and it was just something so next generation. No one could see this coming 5 years ago, and yet when it broke onto the market at that Detroit show back in 2008, everyone's mouths dropped, and you can see already there Acer Ricola just trying to bring some life into those tyres as they're going to drive some laps around the iconic Laguna Seca circuit. What better way to give this car a revival than the Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, right in the heart of America. And you can just tell already that Acer Ricola has got a connection with this car. One of the best drivers here in Simraceway, of course, Acer Ricola. And it really does take something special to drive this car the way he does. It's a very passionate car, and one that's going to go down in history. Despite the fact it never made it onto a racetrack or made it to a Le Mans, it will always go down as one of the most emotional cars to a car lover. There was so much hype, so much excitement about this car, and yet it just never came to be in the end, unfortunately. And I can just already see, taking a look on the steering wheel shot there, and how different that was, how the LEDs go into each other. Again, even the Furai logo seems striking. This was a lynx, it was a panther, it was a wildcat. No one was even aware of it. It was very distant. No one wanted to go quite near it. It's like when you go to a zoo and you see a tiger behind the glass. It's so beautiful, yet it's scary. You don't know what it can do. You don't know that this car is going to have 190 mile an hour's top speed. You don't know it's going to have 460 horsepower. All you know is that it looks beautiful, and those striking headlights are going to be staring back at you as you gaze into them. And that is exactly what the Furai did. It struck fear into car competitors, but it also struck love and passion, something which hadn't been done previously in the Mazda's market. And unfortunately, as we said, this was the last in the series of the award-winning Najara concept cars. And unfortunately, it was a very, very sad way to go for the Furai, with many big things expected from it. One big thing the car did bring to the market were those unique back brake lights, the LEDs, and you'll see them as Acer Ricola will stamp his feet down on them as he goes through the latter section of this Laguna Seca track. And you just see them in a few moments' time. The next day, you can see they look at the shape they light up. That is something truly remarkable. And if you saw those at Le Mans in the night and those big red intimidating brake lights light up, you would feel something so, so special. And unfortunately, the Furai was never meant to be. But now we're going to see a lap with the Furai at full speed then. How it was meant to be, what this car was meant to deliver. And you can hear it already, that unique engine sound. run off 100% ethanol. It was something of its kind. And already Acer really giving it some, and you can feel it already. The passion he's bringing into this lap, and how ready out the car is like a wild beast he's trying to tame. It's not like he's driving a Mitsubishi Evo round, he's just gliding it like a touring car. This is something truly exceptional. It is something to be tamed. He's already hitting speeds of 140 miles an hour before he heads up the hill into that crucial turn number 5. Accelerating under the bridge. Top of the rev limiter here. The miles an hour just do not stop coming. The car will not stop giving. There is just so much to come from it. And as he accelerates towards the corkscrew, quite frankly, this is going to be a scary lap as he dips down and just watch. It's a beautiful bit of camera work there. And just listen to that engine. I'm just going to be quiet for a few moments, and I want you guys to listen to this engine as it comes across the start-finish straight, because it's something you will not hear anywhere else. It's something so unique and so beautiful. It almost makes you just sit back and wonder. It's one of the 8 wonders of the world here. And into turn 1 once again. It was honestly a stunning sound. It really was. And you can see already the R20B Renesas R3 engine was whirring beneath the facade. It seems that you just don't know. It really is the biggest facade in motoring history. It looks so beautiful. It doesn't look like anything more than a concept car, like it's going to deliver. And then you step on that throttle and it's like an angry pit bull just bites back at you. It's like looking at a chihuahua. So cute and lovely and such, a beautiful little thing. And out of nowhere, it just packs this vicious bark that's going to strike fear into its competitors. That's going to leave people thinking, wow, what a car. What an achievement of machinery. What an excessive bit of technology this is, showing and demonstrating just how far this technology's come. And the Furai is nothing short of phenomenal. You can see it already putting in some fantastic laps here around the Laguna Seca circuit. I believe we may even get some lucky and see this car provide some donuts as well. So Acer Acola through the final corner once again to start what could be his final lap in the Mazda Furai. And don't forget, this car is only available here in Simraceway. So if you want to own a part of motorsport history, you want to feel what the Mazda Furai would have felt like, one of the very few people to feel what it would have, experienced like, to be sat in that seat, to feel those revs beneath you, to hear the engine whir back at you as you wrestle the car to the ground, then you can experience it. And it is free for a limited time. It has been free this week to honour such a courageous career of the Mazda Furai, and I'm sure that many drivers here at Simraceway have appreciated that, and it is a worthy card to add to your collection. But Top Gear, unfortunately, were the ones to report the news that the Mazda Furai's lifespan had come to an end, and it was after a fire. I believe it was for one of their 20th anniversary episodes, but it was Top Gear that they gave it its untimely demise, I believe they quoted it as, and that famous photo with one half of the car like it was and one half burned and almost a shadow of what it was. It's like when there's an invasion in a film at Rome and you can just see the ruins of a castle and what it used to be, and your heart sinks because it was meant to be so much more than that. But those headlights come on, and Acer Acola is going to bring this car to the way it should end, the way this Furai should have lived its life around Laguna Seca. It should be treated with respect, and it should have achieved a lot more coverage than it did. So Acer Acola goes across the start-finish line now, and he'll start another lap indeed. But just sat in wonder, in all honesty. It's such an upsetting moment when I found out that that car had actually been burnt down. My total mistake as well. But those blue headlights as well, and the fascinating shape about them as well. It did use a BP ethanol, but right underneath that logo, so where you're going to see the number 55 there, right under there, are these 3 streaky lines, and they carry up all the way over to that front right-hand tyre, the front left-hand tyre as well, in shades of blue. So bright blue light LEDs there, right inside under there. They'll flow through, and they actually go under the wheel, and then it looks like one continuous flow of electricity through the LEDs at the front headlights. They go down under the bonnet, under the Mazda logo at the front of the car, just over the front bumper and back up to the left headlight. So a massive trail of blue LEDs. And it really is something spectacular. As you just take a look at what Ace is doing there, you can just see a little bit of a sense of what those front headlights look like there. You can see it go underneath the car and to the side, and also the red wheels as well, with the red brake discs on them. But despite the geographic closeness to China, the history of Mazda was something so Japanese. It was something so revolutionary that unfortunately we may never see anything more like it. And with a minute left just to really appreciate what this car has, I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who worked on this car. It has been a spectacular car, and you can experience it right here in Simraceway. Thank you to Asa Acola for driving it and for giving us such a memorial. It's a deserving way to send this car off into its next life, where I'm sure it's going to be driven by the legendary motorsport drivers in just a few moments' time. So thank you so much for watching, and we wish Mazda the very best, and thank you for giving us such a great concept car. The Mazda Furai, rest in peace.